All right, Tracy, I just sent you the link. You should be getting it soon.
Okay, it just came through. Give me a second to post it.
Just sent there. You had a point to highlight us and make us a co-host because Dr.
Yep.
Cloud is going to need to share.
I made so it's Dr. Collada should be able to share, and now I'm making you and Tracy co-host.
Cool. Perfect.
Okay, it's
Perfect.
posted. Let me go check to verify it's working. Okay, good to go.
Excuse me.
Jacinto, are we sharing yet?
Yes, you're good to go.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We can see it.
Good morning, I'm Dr. Roger Clark. It's February 24, 2025. Welcome to Louisiana State Board of Medical Examiners. As chair, our call this meeting to order. First item will be the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Also ask for a moment of silence for our country, our state, and the citizens we serve. Alana, please read the mission statement.
The mission of the Louisiana State Board of Medical Examiners is to protect and improve the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Louisiana, licensing, regulation, research, and discipline of physicians and allied health professionals in a manner that protects the rights and privileges of the licensees.
Thank you so much. Please call the roll.
Dr. Ali,
Present.
Dr. Taylor,
I'm asking him for some girl.
Dr. Taylor, Dr. Weather, Dr. Weather, Dr. Horton,
Present.
Dr. Thomas,
Here.
Dr. Coleman,
Present.
Ms. Sport,
Here.
Dr. O'Neill.
Here.
Dr. Williams,
Here.
Dr. Clark.
Here.
You have 8 members present and a quorum.
All right. Dr. Kalai, could you please have some remarks about you screen today?
Yes. For our visitors and those watching, we're being streamed on a 15 to 20-second delay. The meeting is being recorded as approved by the board. We would invite any public comments to be mailed to publiccomment@lsbme.la.gov. That is publiccomment@lsbme.la.gov, and we will read your comments into the record. I remind all of you, our staff and board members, that your mics will be muted and to use the raise hand function to be recognized. I also ask that once you're recognized, please state your name before speaking. I also advise that if you mute your mic yourself, we may be able to unmute it for you. Thank you.
All right. First item of the agenda is approval of the minutes. Do I have a motion?
White so moves.
Dr. Weiss is moved second.
Sport seconds.
Ms. Ford, any changes or suggestions or errors or additions to the minutes, corrections? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All in favor, nay. Motion carries. Minutes are approved. Dr. Kalani, you're recognized for the CLP proposed law revisions.
For the last several years, we've been trying to change the CLP law to reflect the modern terminology related to the specialty of clinical laboratory work and the various specialties therein. We just recently re-reviewed the recommendation from 3 years ago, and the members of the CLP advisory committee wanted to make some additional changes. They've been highlighted on the copies you sent in red. We're showing them on the screen now. It is completely in order. With your approval, we will then proceed on with the workings of how to get this approved at the next session of the legislature. And all of that is in process now. But again, this is the new rules, and I need your approval, a motion to approve.
Need a motion? Do I have a motion to approve the rules for the CLP?
Sports,
Ms. Sports, move second.
Ali.
I think Dr. Williams, I believe. All right, second. And any discussion on this matter? I think let's call it, Dr. Kalata.
On the motion to approve the CLP law, Dr. Ali,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor, Dr. Weather, Dr. Horton,
yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill.
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
Dr. Clark.
Yes,
8 yeas, no nays, it passes.
motion carried. The next item on the agenda, Dr. Kalata, you have the floor on the fully trained foreign physician proposed rules.
Yes, as many of you know, the legislature passed a law to have physicians who are practicing in another country, fully trained, but they want to come in to the United States to work, establish a set of guidelines in the law. Following those guidelines, we put together a series of changes, rulemaking that we had the option to do. We've been working very hard with the 8 and 10 other states that this is happening with. And basically you approve the various points. And then Ms. Wilton has taken the various points, put them into language. So there's really nothing new here that you all haven't seen and have very previously approved. So with your support, I would like to go ahead and get those rules approved. We'll get right up to them. They're trying to roll out. Give me a second.
Any items you want to kind of highlight, Dr. Kalata, in this discussion?
Well, again, these are for fully trained foreign physicians who are practicing. Highlights are they're going to be we have to have it substantially equivalent in accordance with the law, and substantial equivalents are going to be they have to have step 3 of the USMLE. They have to have the ECMFG qualification. They're going to have we previously approved the use of not just ACGME approved residencies, but ACGME-I, and we also approved all of the Royal Colleges of Australia, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Canada. There are a lot of other programs that are not necessarily there, but new agencies are coming on board in the next year that will allow us to do those as they come up. But right now, that's the only ones. We'll additionally add this. Again, they're going to have to train 2 years in what's a transitional period. And we initially put this as underserved, rural. And in response to some suggestions and comments previously made by the Hospital Association and other representatives, we added rural and underserved and needed service areas. So during those 2 years, and then at the end of 2 years, we're going to ask the hospital, institution where they're training, give us a letter in good standing, review their medical malpractice if there's been any problems, and then at that point they can be converted to an unrestricted license to practice medicine.
Any other questions or comments?
I think we have Mr. Chris with us today. Chris Karam has been working with the Hospital Association and does a lot of work with the INS as well. And so I might ask Chris to make some comments.
Please. Mr. Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Van. I appreciate that. And thank you all for considering these changes. We've had just a tremendous shortage of physicians in Alexandria, Lake Charles, and some of our other hospitals, Natchitoches, Coshada, Savoy, Mamou. And so we wanted to make sure it wasn't just restricted to rural, that it allowed to the underserved language that Dr. Van commented on. We've been looking for some of these specialists for years. I've been back in the state now over 6 years, and some of these jobs have been posted for that long. So there's a tremendous need. There's a lot of Louisianians who aren't getting the care they deserve and need because of access. And some of them, as y'all know, can't afford to travel long distances. And even then, depending on the payer source, may or may not get into a specialist. So I applaud y'all for being open to trying to solve this problem. It is being looked at by other states, so it's not something unique to us. My hope is that we get in front of the other states and find the best and the brightest, excellent physicians to help us give care in Louisiana. The doctors we have are great. They're just not enough of them.
Thank you very much. Any discussion?
Yes, sir. Dr. Clark, with your permission, this is Juzer Ali.
You have the floor, sir.
My question to Dr. Van is that you've included certain countries where we are focusing this on. Are there any programs that are excluded, or are they excluded from participating in this who are not mentioned?
The intention is ultimately to never exclude them, but we would like an outside agency to be the ones that approve it. We really do not have the resources or the money to do individual residency review. I talked to the people in New York where they've been doing that for years. It costs upwards of about $2,500 to, many hours of board members' times to do that. So right now, if they're approved, we have a list of what we approve. All ACGME approved programs. All ACGME-I approved programs, all of the Royal College programs that are currently available. And then we anticipate that there's going to be 2 new agencies that are coming on board, possibly as early as May of 25, that are going to be credentialing these other residency programs. But in order to adequately evaluate a residency program and all those kind of things, we just don't have the time or the resources for the money to do it. And we think it's best to use outside agencies to do so at this time, Dr. Ali.
Thank you. And will this be restricted to institutional practice or overall practice?
In the first 2 years, it's going to have to be an institutional practice. And then at the end of those 2 years, during the transitional year, at the end of those 2 years, if we get a favorable comment from the institution that they've been working in, and we get a good loss run from the insurance carrier in the United States, we will convert them to an unrestricted license. And at that point, they can do anything they want, anywhere they want.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further questions?
Dr. Van, sorry, one question. I would assume that the ultimate goal here is that these physicians serving in underserved areas will develop a relationship with those areas and those patients and stay there, right?
Well, I think that we would all hope so. If you talk to some of our legislators, as one lady legislature told me from Turkey Creek, if they get 2 years in Turkey Creek, we'll get them married, they're not leaving. The simple fact of the matter is, we've seen over the years historically that the doctors are going to be moving to more urban areas where you find people with better qualities of life in their estimation. But again, we can't predict, but it is an intent that they be there for 2 years and hopefully they will stay, but we can't do anything else other than that.
Okay, I hope that works out. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve these rules?
White so moves.
Dr. Weiss moved. Second. Dr. Ali,
Yes, sir.
any other comments? Dr. Van, please call.
None at this time.
Okay, on the motion for fully trained foreign physicians, Dr. Ali,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
glad you joined us, Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
Dr. Clark.
Yes,
You have 9 yeas and no nays.
motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone. Next in the agenda is a letter that we received in regard to our newsletter, Dr. Collada.
This came into the board and Dr. Clark and I discussed this. This particular letter is unsigned by anybody, but it points out one interesting fact. We have allowed our licensees to send their emails to their office managers, their office staff, et cetera. And I think the only thing I could do different based upon this letter would be to send all of the emails for the licensee to their personal email address, and we can adjust that as a matter of course. But other than that, I think we are duty bound to put this in the public domain. We are duty bound to send it. I'm not sure we should fine print it or anything else. I think the issue is these are going to our members, our licensees, if you will, and all of the licensees see what happens. If the licensees share it with their office staff, that's not my problem. That's their problem.
As president, I have to concur with Dr. Galata. I think that's the best route to go. This is public record. So I think we should continue in the tradition which we've done this in the past. Any comments from the board members or from the public?
Kim Sport, only I would say that I'm sorry that this individual didn't sign the letter. And also that I think Louisiana does less publicly than a lot of other states. And I don't know if any of you saw the Oregon Medical Board newsletter, but they actually put a lot more detail about the underlying violation of the MPA in their public list. So I 100% agree with Dr. Cullotta and with you, Dr. Clark, that we have to keep this public.
And whether here, I wholeheartedly agree.
The other board members like to make a comment? I don't think this requires a motion or anything.
No,
just
public information.
Informational. Please, if anyone, any other public comment?
Any public comment?
Alan?
No, sir, not at this time.
Right, moving along. Next is the president's report. I don't really have a report today, except I want to wish everyone a happy Mardi Gras. Okay, and be safe. Dr. Galata, your executive director.
All right, our advisory committees are continuing to be very active. Occupational Therapy Advisory Committee worked with watching very closely as their new rules pass. They did review all the comments, and it was felt that there was no need to change, but some of the comments may require a little tune-up once the APA process is completed. Genetic counselor met, and there's no change in what they're doing. As I told you, the clinical laboratory personnel have approved that CLP law, but they've also asked that we delay halting the routine use of temporary licenses for them for a few months, and we agreed to do that. The Respiratory Care Advisory Committee met, and they're beginning a wholesale rule revision and have made recommendations to the Investigations Department on special matters that were referred to them by the board. The Physicians Assistant Advisory Committee met Friday last before our meeting, and at that time they had no other business other than review of disciplinary processes. That meeting went well, and they're continuing to work with us, and we appreciate their help. I'll let you know what's going on in the compact world. The Occupational Therapy Licensing Compact is working on a data interchange. We're working with them to push the need for APR to keep all of the member states' costs down and their costs down. They're beginning to see the wisdom of that, but nothing is finalized yet. It continues to be evolutionary, still months away, in my opinion. The IMLCC is refining its data exchange process, and new APIs are being implemented for member states in both new applications and renewal applications. That's going to streamline our processing and licensing, make our area even more efficient than we're going to show you it is. We had a request for rulemaking from the industry reps for Medi-Spas. They are finally realizing it's the Wild West and they'd like some rules. And we advised them that we regulate licensees. We do not regulate institutions, but we work with them to see what they wanted to do. And I just wanted to let you know that that dialogue is opening and following up with you on what they want to do. And I want to say that the long time and sometimes painful process of converting investigations to back office is coming to an end. Last week started a little rocky with issues of access and unseen file transfers. And by Friday, the week ended very quietly with no problems. Ms. Patty and Mr. Ron have done an excellent work during this time of transition. And really, they've worked so well with Ms. Allen and developers. Full use and reporting of the dashboards and meaningful data for review is going to be next month when we finally get all the data input, and things are going along very well. By next month, we should have really meaningful data on what's going on. We're working to finalize the Stanley Reuter contract and hoping to have it in place with no work interruption. I want to remind everybody that the FSMB meeting is April 24th, 25th in Seattle, 26th in Seattle, Washington. We're sending our executive counsel, director of investigations, IT, licensing research, and the executive director, Dr. Webb. And so many of us will be there and enjoy the meeting. If you have not given us your request to attend the meeting, I will do my best to see if I can get you registered, but I need to get it very, very soon. I can't promise I'll get anybody registered at this time, but I'll do my best. And we're finalizing the design and concept of our first ever annual report to the public. We want to update our group and headshots. So next board meeting, we're asking you all to dress lovely and be pretty, and we're going to have group shots and headshots that are going to be part of our annual report. And we'll have that professional photographer there for that meeting. And that concludes my executive director. I want to just tell you, talk a little bit about licensing. I want you to take a look at something. This is from 99 to 24, thanks to Susie for preparing it. But as you know, in the last couple of years, we have our licensing activities, new licenses gone up. And I think it's a tribute to our staff and to Alan and the people in IT that we are doing more with less staff because we've become more efficient as we use our technology. And I think more efficiencies are still to come. But I need to tell you, you asked me to cut expenses, and we have. You've asked me to keep productivity up, and I think we've exceeded your expectations. But I think we're going to be moving along because just to let you know even more changes and to kind of get this work. I hope to see a similar curve as we look at the work from investigations as we move into the new system. So just want to thank you all and let you know what's going on.
So that's a lot of what you're saying to the board is that we're now on one computer profile.
We are now in one computer system.
One system where we have divided.
It's
now it's
multiple systems. That's correct.
So we're one is trying to get there for many years. So
yes.
Congratulations to everyone getting that done.
All right. The last thing I want to tell you is that one of the things we thought we would be doing is we wanted to, as we got rid of paper, get some more workspace, particularly on the fourth floor for the investigations team. And so to that end, we now have enough room. We've moved all of the file cabinets. We're ready to go. We talked about 3 years ago. We actually have reduced the price quote from 3 years to substantially less. This is going to be about $21,000 in furniture and installation costs. Then we also have some electrical costs. These are the items that we're going to be buying for the floors. This is on the fourth floor. So there'll be more workplaces for people in the investigations department as we return back to our somewhat high up our level of employment that we had previously. They've been working very hard and we appreciate it. We want to give them some extra space. And so this is going to be the electrical installation costs. So I would ask you to approve these two items so that we can begin.
So it's above the expenditure?
Yes, it's going to be a total of about $24,000.
Okay. Any comments from the public or from the board on these expenses for renovation on the fourth floor?
Motion to approve the expenses.
Mike so moves.
Weather second.
Dr. Weiss's move second.
Weather.
Dr. Weather second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Abstention, nay. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Locke.
Thank you.
All right. Next on the agenda is our Director of Investigations report, Dr. Francis.
Hi, good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Great. So, from 2025 to January 31st, cases concluded without action, 80, average days to closure, 210. Cases concluded without action, 66, average days to close, 165. Cases concluded with action, 14, average days to close, 424. Outliers over 1,000 days open, concluded with or without action, 6. Average days to close, 1,191. Concluded with action, number of cases, 4. Average days to close, 1,356. Concluded with action, number of cases, 1. Average days to close, 1,726. With that said, I'd like to thank the board for the patience and understanding. We at the investigations working very hard with at this point undermanned and understaffed. However, we're working. Mr. Phillips is working with the investigations to make sure that things are migrated, things are functioning, and becoming user friendly. So I'd also like to point out that I'd like to thank Mr. Frayne, who's working very hard doing 2 jobs, and that we're working hard to accomplish the agency's goals, and we will continue to do that. So with that said, we'll move on to the next item.
Dr. Francis, excellent work from your team and yourself. Comparing to where we were a few months back, maybe the next board meeting, I don't know, kind of give us an idea, maybe where we were, and where we are, where we're going as far as the numbers. I don't know if you have that available today.
Trying to get that.
I won't put you on the spot.
No, I'm not on the spot. I actually anticipated this question, and I did, and particularly because what we have been doing in the past has been hand collating. So with the new system, hopefully, and I pray hopefully, that we will be able to get this information at the push of the button. The board will be able to get this information at the push of the button by accessing back office and looking at LA Med. So once these types of things, we will know what's in the queue, what is done, what is accomplished, and by that, incidentally, by having this ability to do that and clear cases faster, that will reduce the legal costs of things going on and on over the years, over the days, over the months. That we'll be able to access this information, collate it, and look at who is where they are in real time, rather than having to go through a bunch of files. So hopefully that will happen. We'll get that for you, Dr. Clark.
Thank you so much.
Not a problem.
Appreciate your report. I think Ms. Collins, you're up next with the financial report.
Yes, hi, good morning, everyone. The first report of the financials will be our profit and loss statement, and it reflects the 4 years to 2024 back to 2021. Our total revenues were 9.5 million, and it's still more than prior year, but you would just notice that the background fees were being collected at that time period. So that's why it's a little more last year, but really our revenues for this year is just a slight bit higher than last year's. Our expenses are currently 8.8 million, which leaves us with revenues over expenses for the year. This is for 12 months, and we ended with $766,377, and that amount will be, of course, added to our reserves. And as of today, we have not received any invoices yet for the scanning company. I know that was the request at the last meeting, so as soon as we get that, we'll be sure to process it accordingly. And that's our profit and loss statement. And the next statement is our balance sheet. I'm sorry. You should have a balance sheet. Oh, is it not there? Go back. Oh.
No, we only got 2 pages.
You got 2, okay.
If you want to, you can, Ms. LeKing.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Collins, if you want to go over the balance sheet, you can. Maybe you can we can get it displayed somehow.
Okay. And I'll get to that if you all want to proceed, and just come back to me for the balance sheet, and I'll get it pulled up. Because this is too, it should be a profit and loss and the balance sheet. So let me pull that up, and you all can proceed, and come back to me.
Then you want to come back to you?
Yes, I'm gonna pull it up now.
All right.
Okay.
Next is future meeting dates. Let's take a look, see if there are any issues. A lot of you have any comments?
If there's no issues with the dates, Mrs. Kawai and I already booked the cruise in November, the first week in November, so will be out that week, but I don't think it interfere with any of the meetings.
I will be out the September meeting. I'm only sharing that in case others will also be out and we may have issues with getting a quorum.
Thank you. You know, the conversation comes up that we need to have 11 meetings a year sometimes. I don't, just to put that feather in the cap. You know, should we continue to have that many? Should we have less? But that's just something to think about. I personally think we could probably do a couple less every year. But I just wanted to just throw that out there for some thought, food for thought, okay? All right, the regulatory report. Miss Patricia Bowman.
So everything is going great in the regulatory area. Lauren is taking primary responsibility for the administrative portion of the rules. Usually Dr. Van and I confer and write them up, and then she takes it from there. And she has done an amazing job. The highlights are that the polysomnography rules will be published for final publication this month. That's it's a narrow issue and it doesn't involve a whole ton of people, but it's very, very important to them. And we're so happy that we've gotten that done for them. All of the backlog rules have been submitted in the process and they're moving along at this time. And the occupational therapy, office-based surgery, and IMLC rules are with the AG's office for the antitrust review at this time. But many kudos to Lauren for her hard work.
And so, any other comments on the rules?
That brings you up to date on what's going on with the rules. As Dr. Well, we are working on the obesity rules, and we should have those ready to present to you next month. And the bridge year rules,
They're moving in. They just said they're at the IS and they're on the way.
Yeah.
I don't know if Ms. Collins is ready. No.
Dr. Clark.
Opportunity, huh?
Dr. Clark, I'm getting a couple of messages that they're hard having trouble hearing you in particular. Can you kind of make sure you project it more toward the mic or as much as you can?
I did. Oh, it's way over there. Okay. That's all right. I'm about to speak a little louder. Okay.
Just holler.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Collins, are you ready to go?
Not quite, not quite. I'm trying to get in now. I apologize.
Look, Kenya, I sent you the 2 documents that you sent me, in case you need to display those. I don't know. It looks like they're the same, so maybe it wasn't created.
Virginia.
Yes.
We're going to take about a 15-minute break to allow you to catch up on that.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. And I'll get them. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Questions from the public or comments?
Not at this time. No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm not sure why, but I can't connect to the sound of the meeting. Could you call me and maybe walk me through it? I tried to rejoin 3 times, and the sound still isn't on.
This Dr. O'Neill?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Well, I can't. I couldn't hear anything.
I think everybody else is muted. They haven't came back yet.
Well, no. Okay. Because I actually walked away to make a phone call on my unit. When I came back, there's no sound. So someone closed the meeting and then it's getting restarted. Okay.
No, we took a break for 15 minutes.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. So I just got confused.
It's okay.
It's happened before.
Ms.
All right.
Lakenya, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
All right.
And if I have the ability to share my screen, that'll be
I will
great.
stop sharing and Ms. Lakenya gives us the privilege to stay.
Start the meeting here, everyone, and Ms. Lakenya, you now have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Can everybody see?
Now.
Yes, we have it, Ms. Lakenya. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay. What's being shown right now is the balance sheet, and this was the second report of my financial report, but this is the balance sheet. It reflects our total cash on hand, which is 9.4 million, our total receivables, which are outstanding obligations that are owed to the board, our prepaid, and we have an allowance for doubtful accounts, and our prepaid insurances, which is our legal, human resources for civil service, and also our attorney general fees. So those prepaid items add up to $95,356.30. And next will be our assets, and those are the our property and equipment, less accumulated depreciation, and also our deferred outflows and inflows related to our pension obligation. So our total assets are $19,746,978.47. And as I scroll down, the next section is our liabilities and equity section. Our liabilities include our accounts payable, that's outstanding vendor payments that we owe of $168,708.06. And our next page, the top section here reflects our payroll liabilities between federal, state, and our health-related life insurances and things of those natures. Those are our payroll liabilities. So our total current liabilities are $569,956.54. And next is our long-term obligation, and that relates to our pension liabilities. And the next section reflects our equity. And so our liabilities plus our equity is the $19,746,978.47. And that amount would agree with our total assets as well. And then that will conclude my report. So I apologize.
Okay, we got it done. Thank you so much. We have a motion to approve the financial report.
So moved.
Dr. Ali? That was Dr. Ali?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Who? Second?
Weather, second.
The weather is second. Any questions about the financial report? All in favor, say aye.
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 All against, nay. Hearing none, motion carries. Soon we'll be going into executive session. Before we do that, I would like to ask if there's any comments from the public.
No, sir, not at this time.
Sorry, we may have missed the regulatory report. I apologize. Oh, to approve it, we need also a motion to approve the regulatory report.
White so moves.
Ford seconds.
Coleman, second. Dr. Ms. Ford, all in favor, say aye.
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 There's any dissension, say nay. Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you. Any comments from the public?
No, sir, not at this time.
Motion to go into executive session, please.
Ford so moves.
Board moves second.
Ali?
Dr. Ali is moved second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any nays? Hearing none for executive session. We'll give a moment for the Zoom and computer system to allow us to go into executive session.
Once you see the join button on the right-hand side of your screen, just go ahead and click it. Dr. Williams, you should be able to hit the join button on the right side and it gets you in. Same thing, Ron.
approve the executive minutes from January 27, 2025.
Can you all hear us?
I can now.
Yes.
All right, let me restate that, please. I need a motion to approve the executive minutes of January 27, 2025.
So moved, Horton.
Moved by
Dr.
Horton,
Horton,
second by Cole.
seconded by Dr. Coleman. All in favor, say aye.
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 Hearing none, motion carries. Next are board waiver approvals or denials. First, we'll start with 5.20.01. Do I have a motion to approve the waiver?
So moved, Horton.
Dr. Hart is moved, second.
Ali.
Dr. Coleman, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any dissension? Hearing none, motion carries. The next waiver is 5.00.02. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved, Horton.
Dr. Hart is moved, second.
Coleman.
Dr. Coleman, second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any dissension? Hearing none, motion carries. Next is 5.00.03, another waiver. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved, Horton.
Dr. Harden, second.
Weather.
Dr. Weather, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any dissension? Hearing none, motion carries. And the last waiver is 5.00.04, motion to approve.
Dr. Clark, these are not the waivers. These are the OTAC committee's recommendations for licensing of these people.
These are,
Oh, we have to, these are
The recommendations.
the recommendations to waive state
O3 and O4
waivers.
for licensing.
They're recommendations for waivers. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Clarification taken. All righty. So 5.00.04 recommendation for waivers from the OT committee.
Move to approve.
Dr. Coleman is moved, second.
Coleman.
Dr. Coleman, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
In this section, hearing none, motion carries. Motion to go back into executive session, please.
So moved.
Move Dr. Harden, seconded by
Weather.
Dr. Weather. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Hearing no dissension, we're back in executive session. Thank you.
All right, just give me a second. When you see it, you can just go ahead and hit enter breakout room.
We're awful popular, right?
Okay, we're back in public session. The board office is muted.
Okay, we're back in public session. We have an administrative complaint, 7.2.1. Do I have a motion to approve or deny?
Support, move to approve.
Support, motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second, O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill has seconded. Why don't you go ahead and call the roll? Sure.
On matter 7.2.1. Dr. Ali,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor. Dr. Taylor,
Chat it in or
No, you can't voice vote.
that's a big one.
okay, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Dr. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
Dr. Clark.
Yes.
You have 9 yeas and 1 I couldn't hear.
All right, motion carries. Next, I'll need a motion to extend preliminary review and extend formal investigation. That's 7.4.1 and 7.4.2. Do I have a motion to extend those, please?
Yes. Motion by Sport.
The Sport, second.
Ali?
Dr. Ali, all in favor, say aye.
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 In dissension, nay. Hearing none, motion carries for those 2 items. I'm going to ask for an objection from the board. I'm going to try to group a few of these. If there's any objection, let me know. For 7.5.1, 7.5.2, 7.5.3, 7.5.4, and 7.5.6, excluding 7.5.5 for consents. Is there any objection? Do we have a motion to approve?
So Horton.
Dr. Horton, second.
Ali?
Dr. Ali, all in favor, say aye.
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 Dissension, nay. Hearing none, those consents pass. For the consent order 7.5.5, do I have a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to deny by Sport.
Second? Ali?
Dr. Ali, second. All right, Dr. Kalana, please call the roll.
On item 7.5.5, move to deny. Dr. Ali,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor. Yes, he has a thumbs up. Is that adequate? I'm sorry, we can't record that, Dr. Taylor. Dr. Weather,
No.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, sir.
No. No.
Okay. Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
Dr. Clark.
Yes.
You have 7 yeas, you have one, excuse me, you have 7 yeas, you have 8 yeas, 7 yeas, 8 yeas, 1 nay, and an abstention.
Motion carries. All right, next is the enhanced letter of concern, and we'll take the first one here is 7.6.1. Do I have a motion to approve or deny this letter of concern? Enhanced letter.
Martin, move to deny.
Do I have a second?
Second, O'Neill. Yeah.
Dr. O'Neill, why don't you call the roll? Dr. Talal.
On the matter 7.6.1 to deny, Dr. Ali,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor, sorry, can't vote. Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
Dr. Clark.
Yes,
You have 9 yeas and 1 abstention.
motion carries. The next is 7.6.2. Maybe I needed some point of order on this. Apparently this is going to be a regular, it's not a letter, enhanced letter of concern, just a letter of concern. So what do I do this vote? Because this board is so is this a letter of concern or do I do because apparently there needs to be some changes in the letter. Apparently, so do we just table it or do we deny the motion and have it come back?
Right.
All right, so is there a motion to deny?
Move to deny, Horton.
Okay, Dr. Horton, vote second.
Second,
Weather.
O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any dissension? Hearing none, thank you very much. 7, motion carries. 7.6.3, motion to approve or deny letter of enhanced letter of concern.
Move to deny, Horton.
Second,
Weather.
Dr. Weather seconds. Why don't you call the roll?
On the matter 7.6.3, motion to deny, Dr. Ali,
Yes.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
Dr. Clark.
Yes, motion carries. And the last letter of concern is 7.6.4, motion to approve or deny.
Ali.
To approve,
Yes.
to approve, Dr. Ali motions to approve. He's got a second.
Coleman seconds.
Dr. Coleman seconds. All in favor say aye.
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 Any dissension? Hearing none, motion carries. Motion to go back into executive session, please.
Coleman.
Dr. Coleman, motion second.
Weather.
Williams second.
Hearing no, Dr. Weather seconds, hearing no dissension. We can go back into executive session.
Right.
Anybody need a break?
Board office.
Sorry about that. We're back.
Okay.
Apologize. For the closed cases, is there any objection that I batch all those together? Is there any objection? So 7.7.1 through 7.7.41, is there a motion to approve closed cases?
So moved, Horton.
Dr. Horton has moved, second.
Weather.
Dr. Weather, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any dissension? Hearing none, motion carries. Next is the malpractice report. Motion to approve.
So moved, Horton.
Dr. Horton has moved, second.
Ford seconds.
Ms. Ford, seconds, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any dissension? Hearing none, motion carries. We have, I need to see if there's a motion on the floor to initiate preliminary review on 7.9.1.
So moved, Horton.
Dr. Horton, second.
Ali?
Dr. Ali, Dr. Milano, please call the roll.
About 7.9.01. Dr. Ali,
Yes.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Ms. Thornton,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
Dr. Clark.
Yes.
You have 9 yeas, 1 abstention.
Okay, I think that's a super majority. Okay, motion carries. I also need a motion to approve the closed case report, 7.81.
So moved, Horton.
Dr. Harden, second.
Second, Dr. Williams.
Dr. Williams, seconds. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any dissension? Hearing none, motion carries. Next, we have some general disciplinary actions. The first is on for reinstatement. 9.1.1. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Weather.
Horton.
Dr. Harden, second.
Weather.
Dr. Weather, all in favor? I only have a, go ahead, go ahead. You go ahead and call the roll. That's 9.1.1.
On the matter 9.1.1, Dr. Ali,
Yes.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
Dr. Clark.
Yes,
You have 9 yeas and no abstention.
motion carries. 9.1.2, we will defer that till after lunch. I'll ask as a probationary request for 9.2.1. A motion to approve or deny.
Horton, move to approve.
We have a second, Dr. Horton,
Second. O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill. Call the roll, please.
What's the number, please?
9.2.1.
On the matter 9.2.1, Dr. Ali,
Yes.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Coleman,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
No.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yeah. Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
Dr. Clark.
No.
You have 2 nays, the rest yeas and 1 abstention.
All right, motion carries. Okay, what we'll do now is go back into executive session. Do I hear a motion?
So moved, Horton.
Dr. Hart?
Second.
Dr. O'Neill, all in favor, say aye.
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 No nays, we're back in executive session and we're gonna go to lunch.
Okay,
And
hit your join button to go into the session.
I don't think you hear me. Just wait until everybody be off.
Mr. Sexton, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, we can.
Okay, this is Jacinta. The board is actually at lunch right now. They'll be back at 12:30. So once they come back, I'll move you into executive session.
That's perfect. We just wanted to make sure we were on time. Thank
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
All
I'll
right.
let them know you're here.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Hello?
You guys are all in a side room right now. As soon as the board is back in, they will let you in.
Great.
Okay?
Don't go too far.
I will listen for you.
Good morning. Hello, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good. Can you see me, doctor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Dr. Minigar.
Good afternoon to you as well.
I like your white collar blue shirt. You look very handsome.
Thank you.
Do you have some of your own artwork behind you?
Yes.
Those are incredible. My
Thank you.
goodness. You painted all three?
They're actually silk carpets. I have done them myself.
Oh my gosh. Silk carpets.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. What is the process for doing that? Is it painting or weaving?
Knitting.
Oh, I would
Yeah.
never have guessed. Wow.
It's a very complicated process. It took me 2 years to pick it up.
That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And what is the fiber that you knit?
Silk.
Silk.
Yeah.
Are there tiny, thin knitting
Very
needles?
thin, yeah. Very thin fibers.
Oh my goodness. That's incredible.
Thank you.
Wow.
So, Doc, I have a lifetime interest in art and antiques, and one of the most remarkable types of art, I think, is what's called micro mosaics, where you take tiny, tiny, tiny pieces of colored stone and weave them into a pattern where you can make complicated images of people and travel, of scenes, and very expensive, time-consuming way to create art.
I agree with you.
And it's been done for 400 or 500 years, maybe longer than that. Italians were masters at micro mosaic art during the Renaissance.
looks like we're about to be assigned to a breakout room.
Dr. Menagor, is your Zoom handle labeled as A?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Yes, it's A. Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm going to go ahead and enter both of y'all. And I think, Mr. Sexton, you can go ahead and press the button at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, and it's going to let you into the breakout room.
How about me?
I'm letting you in now, sir. I just needed to verify that it was you, Dr. Menagor.
Thank you.
All right. Now you can go ahead and hit the join button as well.
Can you come out and go ahead, please? How do I click the join button?
Hi, good afternoon. May I talk to Mrs. Thank you.
Dr. Clark, looks like everyone's back.
Okay, we're now in public session, if everyone can hear me. I need a motion on 9.1.2, either a yay or a nay moving forward.
Motion to deny sport.
Motion to deny,
Second, O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill. Dr. Collada, please call the roll.
On item 9.1.2 to deny, Dr. Ali,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
if you can hear him, he said yes. Dr. Weather, Dr. Hort, Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
Dr. Clark.
Yes.
You have 7 yeas.
Motion carries. Motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Moved by
Second.
Second. All right. All in favor, seeing no dissension, we are adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much.
See you
You're
next.
welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.